Good morning and welcome to the Board of Commissioners meeting for Wednesday, May 11th, 2022. If you'll please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our inspirational word for the day comes from Proverbs. A pretentious, showy life is an empty life. A plain and simple life is a full life. Madam Clerk, if you please call the roll.
Commissioner Lundy.
Here.
Commissioner Moore.
Here.
Commissioner Hung.
Here.
Okay. First this morning, we have a presentation, correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Lorraine County Beautiful Day and Board Contest winners. Brandy Schnell from Lorraine County Solid Waste Management.
Okay. Good morning, Brandy.
Good morning.
See all these great young faces in the room. This is
I
always
always
one of
bring
those exciting days. It's cool.
I always bring the party, right? Okay, so thank you so much for having me. I am Brandy Schnell. I'm the Community Outreach Coordinator for the Lorraine County Solid Waste Management District, and I'm here to talk about Lorraine County Beautiful Day, which is coming up. It's the third Saturday of May every year, and this year we have 21 different communities in Lorraine County who have confirmed that they're going to participate, plus the OSU Extension Office, Lorraine County Metro Parks, and the Second Harvest Food Bank all have different events that are and projects that are going to be going on. Keep Lorraine County Beautiful is our local affiliate of Keep America Beautiful, and every year we participate in the Great American Cleanup, but with our own program, and that's what Lorraine County Beautiful Day is. It was formerly known as Pride Day, but we wanted to align it with our group's name, the Keep Lorraine County Beautiful, and we also have an advisory board that's made up of members from local government, business, nonprofit, and the chairperson of the board this year is Commissioner Lundy. So thank you for that. We have events that are planned all across Lorraine County, some tree plantings, flower plantings, litter cleanups, graffiti abatement. There's some communities that are doing cemetery cleanups, and those communities will be coming next week to the collection center to pick up supplies provided by the Solid Waste District, and Keep Ohio Beautiful helps to supplement those supplies for this event. Last year, we had over 29 tons of trash collected on this cleanup day, and 82 miles of roadway cleaned up across the county, including 3.25 miles of waterways, which is always important to us here in Lorraine County. Lots of trees were planted, lots of buildings got repainted, so it's really a great event for litter cleanup and beautification. And one of the ways in which we promote this day is a Billboard Contest that is open to Lorraine County students, and we had over 630 entries this year, which was pretty great. Commissioner Hung helped me to judge this contest. It was difficult to go from 630 down to 3, but we accomplished that mission. And so I want to show you the hard work of our 3 winners. We have all 3 winners here today, which is amazing. And we are going to present them with certificates signed by you commissioners, as well as a check for $50. Pretty exciting, and a mini replica of their billboard, which might be my favorite thing ever. And their billboards are already up in Lorraine County, so those will be up for the whole month of May to promote Lorraine County Beautiful Day. So let me show you our first, and if it would be, I'll click through them, and then we'll have our winners come up, and if you would be so kind to come down and take a picture with them, that would be amazing. So our first winner is Aiden Bachlich. He's a 9th grader from Firelands High School, and this is a replica of his billboard, Keep Lorraine County Clean. Our next winner is Nalani Vinovich, a 6th grader from Northwood Middle School here in Elyria. And our third winner is Chelsea Short, a second grader from Midview North Elementary in Grafton. So we are very proud of our 3 winners, and so I want to give each of them an opportunity to come up and receive their certificate and mini billboard and check, and get a picture with the Lorraine County Commissioners. So I will call up Aiden first, if Aiden would like to come up, and if the commissioners would be so kind to take a picture, come down and take a picture.
Would you mind if maybe they tried to explain what inspired them to design the thing that they did?
Yeah, put them on the spot.
I don't know,
Way to put you, come on over.
Yeah, I'm just curious, that's all, you know, what you were, you know.
First of all, can we just I when he walked in, I said, "Are you?" And I didn't need to finish my sentence because his shirt literally says, "Hi, I'm Aiden," and I think that's like the best thing I've seen.
But it's folded, I said Ellen, so
I mean, if you want to, you know, I'm not
If you
putting
want
anybody on
to,
the
we
spot.
just put you right on the spot, Aiden. What was your inspiration for your artwork here? Because this is amazing.
It is.
I mean, I did like a Mother Nature sort of just blowing the trash, because I didn't know if I wanted to do it like looking dirty as like a cautionary thing or make it beautiful. So I had it like they're cleaning it up in like, so we got the kid holding the bag and stuff. I mean, I don't know, that's about it.
That was
I mean,
the concept, okay,
That
very
is-
cool, no, it's
you
neat.
had, you
That's
had a
good
concept,
description.
absolutely. That's excellent. Very good work. This is your. We'll have the commissioners come on down and present you. You're getting a certificate, a copy of your billboard, your check, and your mini billboard. So I will give these to the commissioners. Would you like him to come back there, or? Come on the other side. Let's come on over here. Right? It is metal. It's very, yes. Come on and stand down over here, right in there. Get a couple pictures. I can actually get over you. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Aiden. Oh, don't go back up there. We'll just call up our next winner. If Nalani, if you would like to come up, Nalani Vidovich, 6th grader from Northwood Middle School. Come down.
There's no pressure. Now we're standing right in front of you.
I was just kidding about the speech.
Congratulations. Okay, and Chelsea Short, 2nd grader from Midview North Elementary. There you go. It's very heavy. It's metal. I don't think that they realized that the mini billboard was metal.
Right here on the X that's not there. Put this in this hand. There you go, perfect.
Congratulations. Whoop, lost the front of the billboard. She said, no, that's okay.
I'm gonna put the security fence back.
Okay. Thank you so much, commissioners. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and thank you to the students. I just didn't want to put anybody on the spot there. I just thought if they had any words they wanted to share as to what inspired them to do what they did, and just really great designs. Do we actually, I don't want to put you on the spot, do you know the actual locations or
I do, and I brought them
where
because I
folks can
thought
see these billboards?
perhaps someone would ask that question. So, let's see here. Aiden's Billboard is on State Route 10, just west of Durkee Road.
Turkey, okay.
Chelsea's Billboard is on State Route 113, west of Route 58.
Okay.
And Nalani's Billboard is on East Bridge Street, west of East River Street.
East River, okay. Very good. So everybody knows where to find the billboards.
Yes.
Well, great, yeah. And once again, students, just a great job. And you have a lot more artistic ability than I ever had, so
For sure.
you guys did a great job. And it's so important to keep things clean around the community. I'm still disappointed when I see people still throwing things out, car windows and things on the side of the road. So, and we hope the community will participate in the Keep Lorraine County Beautiful Day as well.
And volunteers, we still are accepting volunteers. Should anybody want to join in on an event that's already taking place, we can get you involved, get you the supplies you need. If you have a small group and you want to do your own cleanup, you can contact me. Our information is on our Facebook page at LC Solid Waste or our website, and you could find me. We will get you with a group to do a cleanup or beautification event.
And the phone number to call to get with the group, Brandy?
They can call my phone number. It's 440-328-2249. That will get you directly to me, and I will get you directly to a group in which you can help volunteer for Lorraine County Beautiful Day.
Great. Yeah, thank you. Job well done.
Thank you.
Congratulations to the students. You're more than welcome to stay for the meeting if you'd like. If there's other commitments that you have, you're certainly more than welcome to leave. But thank you so much for being here.
Ron.
They'll give us a minute. I know we gotta get back to school, guys. That's totally fine.
Yeah, normally most folks jump at this opportunity to get out of the room, so.
They appreciate it.
Go to school, stay here, it's a tough one.
There goes 90% of our audience. Pretty sad. Billboards get more attention. Okay.
Okay. Madam Clerk, if we would address resolutions at this time.
All right, number 1, investments.
So move.
Second?
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
Yes.
Number 2, appropriations.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
Yes.
Number 3, transfers.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
Yes.
Number 4, advances and repayments.
So move.
Second?
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
Yes.
Number 5, requisitions.
So move.
Second?
Discussion.
Yes, I'll be abstaining from number 1007.
Okay.
Others?
Anything else? Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
Yes, with the abstention on 1007.
Okay. Number 6, travel.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
Yes.
Number 7, bills.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
Yes.
Number 8, authorize various personnel actions as indicated on the summary sheet for employees within the jurisdiction of the Lorraine County Board of Commissioners. At the conclusion of today's board meeting, the commissioners may recess into an executive session to discuss personnel, new hires, and board appointments. Number 9, approving participation in Region 19 governance structure under the One Ohio Memorandum of Understanding.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion.
This is our opioid litigation. I don't know if you'd like to expand a little bit.
You're correct, Commissioner, this is part of the several class action settlements that have been reached in the opioid litigation as part of the anticipated payout of funds from the opioid manufacturers and distributors. Each state in the settlement class has been divided into regions to receive a portion of the funds. Those regions, it gets complicated. Those regions are going to operate under One Ohio Foundation, which we spoke about several months ago. The governor has asked each of the regions to appoint representatives on behalf of the county and the townships and the cities to these regional governance boards, so that eventually those regional governance boards can work within the One Ohio Foundation to develop a common response to the opioid pandemic with the funds that will be made available. And if that's not confusing enough for you, I don't know. But this is the first meeting. It's going to go on today. Administrator White and I were on a conference call last week. You remember we broke during executive session. One of the reasons for that was so that Administrator White and I could be on a conference call over exactly this thing, and we spoke with a number of the other prosecutors and a few other commissioners and administrators to determine how we were going to conduct the meeting today. And that's what I got.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to stress too that so the public understands these dollars that are coming in from the opioid settlement actually will be designated to address the issue in the community.
Correct.
These do not go in the general fund, so everybody's well aware.
Yeah, these are not general fund dollars.
Right.
They are much more severely restricted in how they can be spent, not unlike the money we spoke about approximately a year ago to the money coming to the county that will be paid out over a long term, I want to say 10 to 20 years. So this is maybe different than some of the people's expectations given what's happened with the ARP funds or with the CARES Act previously, but these are very restricted, and they're designed to do what they were paid for, is to respond to the opioid pandemic.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Okay.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Number 10, appointing Tom Stuber as initial Region 19 representative.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion?
We'd just like to comment that, we thank Mr. Stuber for agreeing to be the region representative. I know that all the members of this board, have worked with Mr. Stuber over the years. He's a former director of Licata, still involved with the Licata board. He's an individual that I can tell you when I was in Columbus, and even after I left Columbus, is down there on a regular basis, advocating for those who need help in their treatment and for the state to step up on the opioid issue. So I think he'll represent the region very well.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Number 11, declaration of official intent with respect to reimbursement of temporary advances made for capital expenditures to be made from subsequent borrowings in the amount of $3.5 million.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Number 12, approving a grant of $23,000 to Blessing House for a vehicle to be paid from the other expenses account.
Move to approve.
Second.
Third.
Discussion?
Yes. At this time, if we could, I'd like to call forward Sister Mary, and also I'd like to call forward Marcus Madison with Community West Foundation. Sorry.
Is that Don Humphrey?
Yeah, and Donna? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to exclude you. I apologize.
Well, they wanted to speak in the public comment section, so
Right,
why,
yeah.
why wait?
Yeah, we had you
Yeah.
fill out
That's
the
awesome.
form here for the public comment, but no, we'd like to have this discussion here. I think what would be important to do, well, first, if you could identify yourself, and then also if you could just explain Blessing House for, I think a lot of us in the community know about what you do and the important role you play, but this is one of those important community education opportunities, so.
Awesome. So I'm Sister Mary Berrigan. I am the executive director at Blessing House. Donna Humphrey, co-founder with me, is our development manager right now. We are a children's crisis care facility that is licensed by the Department of Jobs and Family Services. There are two of us in the entire state of Ohio, Providence House in Cleveland, and then Blessing House here in Elyria to serve the Lorraine population. Our children are from birth to age 12. They come to stay with us while families work out whatever concerns may have made it unsafe or inappropriate for the children to remain at home. And while they're with us, we take care of all of their needs. So one of those needs is what brought us here today, is the need to be able to get children to school. We've been open 17 years. We have been in 99 different schools throughout that time, all over Lorraine County. We've been in every district, almost every school that serves our age population, plus many of the preschools. We, a year ago, just about a year ago, moved into a new building that changed our capacity for children from 10 at a time to 20. So we doubled our numbers, and we want to be able to meet those needs of those children in terms of transportation. In addition to school, we also take them to the doctor, take them to the dentist, work to make sure they have their counseling appointments and any other services that require transport for them. The other fun part is we do get to take them on field trips. For many of our kids, these are opportunities that they just don't have when they're with their family. So we've had some children who have been to the movie theater for the first time. We've gone to the African safari, which is always who sits by the windows on those. That's always interesting. And then we just want to make sure that they have some of those opportunities that they might not have otherwise. The other thing is we are available 24 hours a day. So we literally go out and pick up children. We will be on site with Children's Services or with the police. The strangest one for me was pulling up and having it be a house that was a drug bust, which I didn't know that's where I was going, but there I was. And then we've also had, on a night where a highway patrol pulled over a car. There was a 3-year-old asleep in the back. It was a DUI arrest. So I landed on the turnpike to pick up the child. So again, we just want to make sure that we're able to get to everybody that we need to and to get them where they need to go. We also use our vans to provide support to families. So during COVID, we would go out and visit families on a weekly basis, take food one week, cleaning supplies another week, items for the kids to do, whatever it is, so that we're supporting them. And we can continue to deliver those things now so that we have a chance to stay in touch with families even when the children are not coming in to stay with us. We'd like to use the funding to purchase a new van. We have to have the kind that can accommodate every type of car seat possible because of our age range that's necessary, and to be able to respond to those needs that come up. We do keep our vans inspected every year by the Highway Patrol, so we make sure everything is cared for appropriately and they're on a regular maintenance plan. We're fortunate Marcus is with us today representing the Community West Foundation, who has been a great partner for us and is now stepping in to partner for this funding also. So thank you very much.
That would be your cue, Marcus, former councilman.
Thank you.
Good seeing you, sir.
Good to see you as well, and thank you again, Sister Mary and Donna, for the incredible work that you do. And I want to thank each and every single one of the commissioners here today. I do not envy the hard decisions that you all have to make in your work to build better communities all across Lorraine County. So thank you for considering today's request. Marty Yulee, President and CEO of the Community West Foundation, couldn't be here today, but he sends his warmest regards. And today I just want to share a little bit about the foundation and then also a little bit about the request that we're entertaining today. Since 1997, Community West Foundation has worked to establish a culture of mutual respect with our agency grantee partners. So money is only the beginning of the investments that we make. And we really strive to come alongside them in their work, and not only as a partner, but as a personal stakeholder in the work that they're doing to help those in our community. In Lorraine County, we support over 20 organizations that's focused on providing basic needs. Some of those organizations are Neighborhood Alliance that you're familiar with, Blessing House, of course, Genesis House, El Centro. Also, we support the work of an organization called Pathways Enrichment Center, which is located in the city of Lorraine. And I also want to share that our donors also come alongside us to fund different initiatives here in Lorraine County. One of those being Little League South. Sometimes we have donor advised funds and people contribute and they want to support the work that we do. And so you all will be receiving information on our work as we continue to make an impact here in Lorraine County. Our grant making is guided by the words of Matthew 25. And our mission is to achieve the health and well-being of our community, and one way we achieve that is through our grant making. And so the request that you have before you today, we're happy to be here to support the work of Blessing House. And this request will go before members of our board on May 25th to not only look at the request of the van, but general operating support for the work that they truly do in our community. We've been supporting the work of Blessing House since 2018, and we look forward to continuing to support their work, and more importantly, keeping you all updated on our work with this organization and other organizations here in Lorraine County. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Marcus, if I could address you first. Sister Mary and I had occasion to meet last fall, and she had sent a proposal over for relief dollars. And Marcus and I had occasion to meet at the Neighborhood Alliance Gala event, the signature event, and Mr. Yulee, and we had a bit of a conversation on the needs at Blessing House with the 3 vehicles and one being on its last legs. So we appreciate that you took the initiative to want to partner with us to make this happen. And you were very proactive. Sister Mary and Donna were very proactive in getting in our emails and getting the presentation to us. And being in the car business, I know how, coming from the car business formerly, I know how important it is to get your name on that vehicle, especially now with the current supply and demand issues.
And I would like to say that this is our first venture in terms of partnering with the county in this way. We view this as an opportunity, as new beginnings to support organizations in this community. And when there's opportunities to come alongside and support in ways like this, these are things that we would like to entertain. I also know Mr. Moore has had some conversations as well, just regarding the work that's taking place here in Lorraine County, as well as Mr. Lundy on different issues. So we hope that this is the beginning of many conversations to come, and how we can be supportive in supporting organizations like Blessing House, Neighborhood Alliance, and many of the organizations that you guys also are passionate about supporting.
Well, the main thing is that I like the word partnership, and that's one of the key things. And it's my understanding this money is coming from the feds, from our ARPA funds. So it's coming out of that account, so it's not coming out of the general fund. I just wanted the people to know that this is kind of the partnerships I like.
Yeah, just for clarification, I know we've been processing these requests for you through our Community Development Department, which we continue to do, and I know that you'd applied there as well. And this is one that we pulled from the review process because of the time urgency of it. First off, finding out you were able to secure a van was great work. I don't know how you did it. I know some people in the car business are like, wow, they were able to secure a van. So
the power of prayer.
Yeah, the power of prayer, absolutely.
God provides.
Yeah, so good work on that. And then, Marcus, I can't thank your foundation enough for saying that you'd be supporting, half of the cost of this van, and, if the county be interested in a match. And, Sister and Donna, I can't thank both of you enough for all the work you do. You do amazing, amazing work. And, we talk about it all the time, that, the things that happen in our daily lives, we as adults, sometimes, can do a better job of managing things, but it's the kids that really have to plow through, these different experiences in life. And, but you've always been there for the families and for the children. And so, before this board today is the consideration of matching the Community West Foundation with $23,000 to help make this van possible, so you can get that as soon as possible and make those trips and maybe retire the one that's hobbling along. So
Definitely.
Mr. President, can we do a picture for our Facebook page?
sure, sure. So at this point, any more discussion, we'll call the vote, but after the vote, if we could take a picture with you, if that would be fine. So,
Okay, Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
aye,
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
okay. And if we'll just pause for a minute, come down, take a quick picture with you. We won't be able to have you drive in the van and, up here on the 4th floor.
We'll send you a picture. Okay. We'll bring the van.
Likewise. Thank you, Mr. Moore. We appreciate it.
Right, that's okay.
Thank you.
I'm the door holder, guys. How you doing, sister? Donna, thank you so much. That thins out even more.
All right, under 911, number 13, requesting the Lorraine County Auditor pursuant to Ohio Revised Code Section 5705.03 to certify to the Lorraine County Board of Commissioners the total current tax valuation of the county and the dollar amount of revenue that would be generated for 5 years for the Lorraine County 911 Agency .50 mil renewal levy for the November 8th, 2022 ballot for the entire territory of Lorraine County, Ohio.
So move.
Second.
Discussion?
Would just like to point out that, the board will make a determination on placing a ballot question before the voters in the fall concerning our 911 levy. I know that I had some early discussions with our director over there indicating that to make sure he tailors his budget for renewal. That would be my preference. But, the board will make a determination once this information comes back. But it plays a critical role day in and day out. Keep our first responders safe, our families safe. But, it's an operation that requires a lot of technology. Technology is expensive. Staffing is a big requirement. They do an amazing job over there. But this is a critical operation for the county, and we'll get some numbers back from the auditor as to what the costs will be, what it'll generate, and but it's my preference that we look at a renewal in the fall. Any other comments?
Yeah. 911 has a very large burn ratio. A .5 levy is insufficient. I talked to the auditor, and it only takes them maybe less than a half a day to calculate the renewal and what it's going to cost. Based on the previous 5 years and what's going to be going on in the burn ratio, right now it's operating at a deficit. If the bottom line is we need a .75 levy on this ballot in order for us to at least take care of the burn rate that's going on right now. Projected in '22 is 2.5 million negative. So if we're going to put anything before the board or before the voters, I think we should at least ask the auditor to review not only the current numbers that we're asking to vote on today, because this is nothing more, like you said, a review in what the numbers would be so it's on the ballot, but also I'd like to recommend that he reviews maybe a .75, because I can tell you right now, it's going to need, there's no way in its present course that you're either going to have to cut or we're going to have to ask for more money, and that's where we're at for 2023. So my request is to have the county auditor at least review a .5 and a .75 so we can decide.
Mr. President?
So, sure.
Yes, and to echo on what Commissioner Moore has stated, I've gone over through some of the expenses in my reports and my discussion over time, and if people remember, we talked about the Tyler CAD renewal that we have every year, and that's about roughly $460,000 a year just to run our CAD, our computer-aided dispatch, and that handles when you call in and the dispatcher takes your call and they're inputting the information, gets them to the next screen and to the next screen, and how to get you help effectively. That alone is $500,000 a year. Our employee costs over there with overtime are between $1.5 million and $2 million a year. So I would concur with Commissioner Moore on having a good deep dive assessment into this to figure out where we need to be for the next 5 years.
So that would require, make an amendment to this.
Correct.
To consider not just the .50 mil renewal, but also a .75
Correct.
mil review.
And I'll
You wanna
second that motion to
Second,
amend.
okay.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes, on the motion to amend.
Yes. And Commissioner Moore?
Yes.
Okay. And now we'll vote on item number 13 in its entirety,
As amended.
as amended.
As amended, correct.
Correct?
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Number 14, under Children and Families Council, amend Resolution 22-166, adopted on March 9th, 2022, approving and entering into a contract with Foundations for Living in the amount of $38,646.90 for the purchase and delivery of services for the Ohio Family and Children First. Said amendment is to reflect the correct account number to be paid from contract services account.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Number 15, amend Resolution 22-167, adopted on March 9th, 2022, approving into a contract with Village Network in the amount of $18,000 for the purchase and delivery of services for the Ohio Family and Children First. Said amendment is to reflect the correct account number to be paid from contract services account.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Number 16, amend Resolution 22-227, adopted March 30th, 2022, approving and entering into a contract with Highlands Teen Pregnancy Center in the amount of $20,910 for the purchase and delivery of services for the Ohio Family and Children First. Said amendment is to reflect the correct account number to be paid from the contract services account.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Number 17, approve and enter into a contract with Hiddle House in the amount of $20,350 for the purchase and delivery of services for the Ohio Family and Children First, effective retroactive April 18th, 2022 through June 30th, and paid from the contract services account.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Under Golden Acres, number 18, award contract to A1 Land Development, LLC, Rock Creek, Ohio, in the amount of $238,500 for the demolition of Golden Acres. 6 bids received on April 19th, this being the most responsive, complying with specifications. Issue a notice to proceed effective on or before June 1st, 2022, and to complete by August 20th, 2022. Authorize administrator to notify auditor to release retainage at the completion of the contract and will be paid from the capital improvements account.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion?
Obviously, this is the first step in the process. We've been trying to look at what's the best utilization, I guess, for that property. In the past, the board has reached out to organizations, nonprofits even, asking them if they have an interest in the Golden Acres property. Often the response is, we like the land, but we don't want the building. And, we've had a review about the property itself, and I think the property continues to be a stumbling block. So until this issue is removed, it's probably going to be hard to move forward on the sale of that property. Any other?
Yeah, I think I showed it to a lot of developers, and they said they'll take the property if and we'll demo it. And I'm like, no, that's 22 acres. I said, no, we're not going to give away, and we really can't as a county. So we've made that property more marketable by getting a building that doesn't really pass today's state inspections for even a nursing facility or TB clinic, which it was. It really doesn't meet up to those codes. So this is just I would say, the final phase of liquidating the assets inside and going through the appraisal process for best use. And this is I would say, the last step before demolition, so.
I had a question for the administrator on this.
Sure. Mr. White?
Mr. Administrator, we had several discussions on this property, and one of the requests that I had made is if it would be listed on the multiple listing service while the property was being abated. My question to you is, was that ever done?
It has not been listed.
Okay.
Thank you.
I will be voting no for that reason, because we didn't have the property listed and have an opportunity for any others to come to the table with offers.
Okay. Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
and Commissioner Hung?
No.
Under Job and Family Services, number 19, Authorize a purchase of service agreement with Common Ground, the Cindy Nord Center for Renewal, Oberlin, Ohio, and in the amount not to exceed $68,800 for summer camp for low-income Lorraine County children, effective June 13th, 2022 through August 5th, 2022, and will be paid from the TANF account.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Number 20, authorize a purchase of service with El Centro, Lorraine, Ohio, in the amount not to exceed $110,197 for summer camp for low-income Lorraine County children, effective June 6, 2022 through July 29, 2022, and will be paid from the TANF account.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Number 21, authorize a purchase of service agreement with Horizon Education Centers, North Olmsted, Ohio, in an amount not to exceed $125,000 for summer camp for low-income Lorraine County children, effective June 13th, 2022 through August 10th, 2022, and will be paid from the TANF account.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Number 22, authorize a purchase of service agreement with Tower Educational Consulting Group in Lorraine, Ohio, in the amount not to exceed $52,500 for summer camp for low-income Lorraine County children, effective June 6, 2022 through August 13th, 2022, and will be paid from the TANF account.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Number 23, authorize an interagency agreement with Lorraine County Workforce Development Agency, Elyria, Ohio, in the amount not to exceed $161,291 for summer youth employment effective retroactive to May 1st, 2022 through September 30th, 2022, and will be paid from the TANF account.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Under Airport, number 24, approving modification number 1 to Wallace and Pancher, Inc., WPG, contract for engineering services for the airport taxiway C and D lighting improvement project. Said services shall not exceed $50,400 and eligible for 100% reimbursement from the Ohio Department of Transportation, Office of Aviation, and to be paid from the airport professional services account.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Under Engineer, number 25, enter into an LPA federal local LET project agreement with ODOT to administer the design, qualification of bidders, competitive bid letting, construction, and inspection of the Middle Ridge Road resurfacing, Amherst Township. Estimated project cost is $1,623,000. Funding would be provided for 80% of the construction, and construction engineering costs up to $1,533,160 in state fiscal year 2024. Authorize engineer to execute on behalf of the board with prosecutor's approval as to form.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Number 26, enter into an LPA federal local LET project agreement with ODOT to administer the redesign, qualification of bidders, competitive bid letting, construction, and inspection of the Columbia West River resurfacing project, Columbia Township. Estimated project cost of $404,700. Funding would be provided for 80% of the construction, and construction engineering costs up to $396,800 in state fiscal year 2023. Authorize engineer to execute on behalf of the board with prosecutor's approval as to form.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Number 27, enter into an LPA federal local LET project agreement with ODOT to administer the design, qualification of bidders, competitive bid letting, construction and inspection of the Lake Avenue resurfacing project, Elyria Township. Estimated project cost is $1,493,000. Funding would be provided for 80% of the construction, and construction engineering costs up to $1,373,080 in state fiscal year 2025. Authorize engineer to execute on behalf of the board with prosecutor's approval as to form.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Number 28, award and enter into a contract with Sengis Construction, LaGrange, Ohio, in the amount of $314,778.67 for the Peck Wadsworth Road Bridge number 0668 replacement project. 4 bids opened on April 26, this being the most responsive, complying with specification. Work consists of complete removal of the existing bridge and replacing it with a new structure made up of reinforced concrete abutments and deck. Issue notice to proceed letter and complete by November 1st, 2022. Authorize administrator to notify auditor to release retainage at the completion of the project. OPWC will provide $232,936.22, and the remaining $81,842.45 will be paid from the MVGT account.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Number 29, receive and journalize a 121.40 acres muni-owned annexation from Grafton Township to Village of Grafton. Agent is Mayor David D. Vincenzo. Decision will be made by commissioners on June 1st, 2022.
So move.
Second.
Discussion?
Yep, I know that this is, receiving property as a result of annexation, so I'll support this, but under protest.
Anything else? Commissioner Lundy? Under protest. And Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Under Mars, number 30, requesting Lorraine County Auditor pursuant to the Ohio Revised Code Section 340 and 5705.221 to certify to the Lorraine County Board of Commissioners the total current tax valuation and the dollar amount of revenue that would be generated by .6 mils for 5 years for the support of the Mental Health, Addiction, and Recovery Services Board of Lorraine County, or the Mars Board, renewal levy to be placed on the November 8th, 2022 ballot for the entire territory of Lorraine County, Ohio.
So move. Do we have a second?
I don't know what.
Okay.
Nope, dies for lack of a second.
Well, hang on a second, the chair hasn't
I'll
made
second
that
that. My,
determination.
my eye was taken to another issue for a moment. I
Okay.
apologize.
No, you're okay. Okay, so discussion?
Sure. Sorry for the pause, you were going through some
I was
paperwork.
looking at
Okay.
something else. I
Okay.
apologize.
Yeah, no, this is the Mental Health Board. Obviously, the Addiction Services and the Mental Health Boards were merged. So I believe this is going to be the first time this question is going to come to the voters under the new structure of a merged board. Obviously, they're getting legal guidance on how that needs to be worded. Have you been
I
looking at that?
apologize for,
No, it's okay.
apologize for having to step out. Yes, this is something we've been looking at for most of a year, about how to structure the renewals, given the combination of the board, and my offices work closely with Mars to get this done appropriately.
Yeah, just for clarification, we were the last county in the state to merge the two boards, right? So there's been other boards in the state that have gone through such mergers and have had to rework their language, I guess, if you will, when the question went back before the voters.
I don't want to talk too much about it,
Right.
because I'm always nervous about talking about legal advice.
No, that's
in open session. Hint, hint.
Yeah, not asking you to do that, so.
Right.
Okay.
But, yeah, the laws about levies are very specific. But basically, because the two boards were combined statutorily, we believe the clear legal answer is that this is the appropriate way to do it, that it becomes a renewal under the name of the new board.
Right.
Right. That's,
Even though it's a new board, they don't call it they could get it,
it's not a new levy, because
correct. That's what I was wondering. Is that the language we're discussing?
that's the big
Renewal of the
issue.
levy, I guess, right?
Again, the big issue is because there was an existing levy under a board that statutorily merged into the Mars Board and was created as the Mars Board. That levy continues. Okay, but yes, that was the question, is whether we had to, because it was renamed, we had to call it a new levy. In my opinion, the opinion of my office, it is not so.
Okay.
My understanding, I think there's an Attorney General opinion
There
on
are
the whole
several.
issue, several of them. You know, it's important to point out, we point it out in this room all the time in reference to our jail, that, and it's a reflection of what happens in society in most cases, or a lot of cases, that if someone is having an addiction issue, there's a good possibility that they have a mental health issue they're dealing with at the same time. If they have a mental health issue, there's a likelihood there may be an addiction issue tied into it. So the two do cross over on many planes.
Far more often than I knew until we started looking at this, quite honestly. Which
Right.
is, in a weird way, it's one of the things I like about my job, is you learn things that you didn't know from strange ways. But yeah, it's a much larger or crossover between those two than you would expect. Yeah.
Okay, well, okay. My concern is that they've averaged a carryover of over $19 million. This levy does not get on the ballot. They can survive another 5 to 6 years without this levy on the books. So my position is, I don't think they need the money. I don't think the fact that they have a $19 million carryover every year, 17 million of that right now is unencumbered. And so I will not be supporting this levy.
I guess just so that everyone is aware that, yes, you know, the Mars Board has had a carryover. I think you were in the Budget Commission meeting, you know, as I was. There's an indication by the director that they are, you know, making an investment in the One Stop Stabilization Center. They are making a commitment to, I believe, 4 or 5 years of programming dollars that are required to prop that up, to make sure that the plane gets out of the hangar and actually flies, so that we can see how this whole initiative works out. And also, I think there's always a big question mark as a former legislator regarding Medicaid and what type of support is actually going to be forthcoming. So I think when we talk about what their actual spend down and commitments are, I think they're probably closer to maybe around $7 million that maybe they would be rolling, that maybe aren't going to be accounted for. So I just wanted to point those out. But I believe that right behind this may be another levy in a year or so, next year. So it's something that, you know, this board has paid attention to, and it was you know, something prior to the merger of the two boards, that there was a strong feeling that more of the money needed to be invested in the community. I think that the new board has taken that message very seriously, and they certainly have been investing the dollars and trying to invest them locally as well. Unfortunately, because of not being able to provide the services that we need to provide in this county, a lot of those dollars end up going into Cuyahoga County. Nothing against Cuyahoga County, because they have the structure in place to provide the services. We're trying to work it out where those services can be, you know, right here at home, closer to families. It's important to have that connectivity and that support system in place. I think they've been, you know, good stewards of the dollars. I think that this board has really drilled down on dealing with the opioid epidemic, and there is the daily uncertainty of what the state will do around Medicaid. So based upon some of the conversation that took place in the Budget Commission, I feel that they have addressed this concern about the carryovers, and that they are, if you will, investing down or spending down or drilling down. But these are important times for them and for some of the initiatives they're looking at. And we hope to entertain some other discussions with them, even concerning our jail, because we're detoxing about 25% of the inmate population and providing mental health services to probably close to 50%. Our jail is the #1 detox center in the county. Not something we're proud of, and we're certainly, you know, not experts in the detox business by any means. So we're even entertaining ideas how to partner with them. That would require additional dollars to do. So I understand the concern of my colleague. I just think that there's lots of big items now that are finally coming to the forefront, where those dollars will be coming down significantly. Sure.
And you did explain it quite eloquently and quite detailed. There's not much for me to add on to that, other than, people need to remember that this board has supported the One-Stop Crisis Center being built, and they have to understand that there are costs associated with that every year, and we have to look to the future. And as Commissioner Lundy said, they're probably going to be at about a $7 million carryover type situation. So we have to look to the future, because once it's built, it's something that has to be maintained for the public and for those that need it. And we're looking to the future. That's what this is for.
Yeah, I was at the Budget Commission hearing too, and I heard the same stories I guess you've heard for 7 years. We're going to build it. That's why they probably have 19 million. But then again, like Attorney Petticord said, they had to combine these boards. And they're doing a great job. I'm not taking anything away from that. And I think they have too much money and going to the taxpayers that are pretty much tapped out right now. I will not be supporting any more money until they come back to me and say, here's what we're doing with the money. We are spending it down, and this is how we're going to do it. I didn't hear that at the Budget Commission hearing. So I'm sure this will be moving forward. The auditor is going to review the taxes and how much more revenue, or how much revenue the renewal is going to be, and we'll have another discussion down the road.
With all due respect, I know we were in the same meeting. I guess I heard an informative presentation, so.
It was informative, yeah.
Any other comments, questions, concerns? Okay, we'll call the vote.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
No.
Under Sheriff, number 31, requesting the Lorraine County Auditor pursuant to Ohio Revised Code, Section 5705.19 LL and 307.45A, to certify to the Lorraine County Board of Commissioners the total current tax valuation of the county and the dollar amount of revenue that would be generated for 5 years for the criminal justice service pertaining to a drug enforcement service, Lorraine County Drug Task Force, for a .08 mil renewal levy for the November 8th, 2022 ballot for the entire territory of Lorraine County.
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion?
Yeah, this is our criminal justice levy. Primarily, the focus is on the Drug Task Force. We are not proud of the fact that our county has not one, but 2 federal designations for high-intensity drug activity. Not something you want. It's a reason why we have worked closely with the federal government and everyone in the region to make sure that we have the most sophisticated crime-fighting equipment that you can find, so that we can track down these individuals and get them off the streets so they're not killing our loved ones, quite frankly. This is a very important levy to the community and to our drug task force. And at this point, we'll be getting word back from the county auditor on what the latest numbers look like. But it is a serious issue. There's a reason why we need a one-stop stabilization center. There's a reason why we're detoxing people at our county jail. There's a reason why we have grieving families in this county. We've got to get these drug dealers off the street and let them know not to do business in Lorraine County. So I think this would be a wise investment. We'll see what the auditor comes back with, and then we'll make our final determination. Comments, questions?
Yes, this generates about $1.1 million a year. Out of that, it's split 3 ways. The sheriff's departments, 2 departments get $975,000. Our crime lab gets about $210,000. This year's budget is $409,000. I talked to the auditor about this. I don't know if we can put this off till he actually could take a half a day and figure this out for us. And I'm not happy with the way the splits are going. I'd like to see the crime lab get bumped up to $409,000 and reduce the sheriff's cut by $200,000. The sheriff does receive other funds that could probably make that up. But I think our crime lab right now needs a bump. And if we're going to vote on this, I'd like to see and I don't know, it's not written in our resolution here, but somehow it's somewhere between here and the ballot language. I don't know what the splits are on the ballot language, or if this is an internal discussion, like an MOU with the sheriff, the crime lab, and us. I don't know.
I don't know either.
Yeah.
I think it's certainly a valid question to determine how it's split. I do not know the ballot language right now. But if you choose to go forward with this resolution, we can look into that and determine how it's divided, how it's been done in the past.
Yeah, we have time to work on
Yeah.
that.
We do,
Yeah,
right,
'cause-
correct.
But how do
That's
we-
a valid point. And
But how do we tell the auditor, because if we pass this, it doesn't tell the auditor what we're looking for? Or do you think, because I think it's still the same renewal.
I
I
believe-
think it's something else that's not maybe on the ballot language, I don't know.
I believe that what you're doing here is asking the auditor to generate a number for
Correct.
you. Then that number, you then use to determine whether you believe it's
How this
worth
splits.
putting it, well, it's worth putting on the ballot, right, to ask the taxpayers to support it. I think the split is something different. The auditor is gonna give you a raw number.
Right, all right,
Yeah,
all right,
so, okay, this is first step one,
yeah.
okay?
So how do we
How do we what?
get that split? Or do we just wait?
I'll find out.
Okay, okay,
Administrator White and I will figure out if it's on the ballot language or if it's in
Okay.
an agreement, and we'll look into it, and I'll advise
it's on you, JR.
even better. Administrator White will do it, I won't. That's
I
a
know,
great
I think
idea.
he should, you know?
Yeah,
I
we'll
mean-
look at it, and we'll advise, yep.
Okay, thank you.
No, it's a very valid point. You know, the crime lab certainly requires a lot of technology as well, too. We're wanting to modernize it as much as possible, plays a critical role because the investigators often bring what they buy on the street originally, bring it in, get it tested, figure out what it is, then they can go out and actually make the arrest. So it plays a critical role.
Hugely critical role in terms of
Prosecution,
as
too,
well.
right?
Absolutely.
Any other discussion? Okay.
All right, Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Okay, we reached the public comment section of the meeting. And wishing to participate in public comment today is Michael DiCarlo. Welcome back, sir. We hadn't seen you in a while. Good to see you back. And you have 3 minutes, sir.
Morning, Mr. President, Commissioners, Michael DiCarlo, 320 Alberta. It's been a while. The Angels of Mercy at the VA gave me a shot in the back and I can move around, so I'm trying to enjoy the weather. I came in today primarily from some statements that were made the last meeting there when we were talking about the DHS radios and stuff. And the folks that have come in here and actually requested this stuff, I actually trust these people, right? But the thing is that they're not going to be there forever. So we're going to give these folks the opportunity, that people that we trust, right? Opportunity to use use technology that actually can go back and look into everything about you. There are ways that this can be done, all right? I participated in stuff like this in warfare. So I did sign non-disclosure agreements, so I really can't draw it out for you, but I can only plant ideas in your head that these things can actually be accomplished. Granted, we don't win wars anymore because we just fight them to sustain economies. We don't fight them for actually conflict. So that's really a bad justification. The DHS was formed. Department of Homeland Security was formed after 9/11 because the country was attacked by terrorists. Right? Terrorists, by definition, are folks who do things to scare people into changing public policy, by definition, right? The Department of Homeland Security will claim that it has saved us from many, many things, right? But the one thing that we are sure of is that it has grown the state of security and police in our country, okay? If we do the tallies on how many Americans have been killed by police since 9/11, versus how many Americans have been killed by terrorists since 9/11. The equation would throw you for a loop because you're thinking, wow, we're investing all this money to make us safe, but people are still dying. And we assume that, the bad people are dying because we trust our folks, but there's always a bad apple. Sometimes when you ignore that bad apple, it grows into a tree. Before you know it, the whole orchard's contaminated. Okay? And I'm not saying that's here, but I'm saying it's a possibility that we must open our minds to observe that these things could actually happen here. I think it was, let me see here, Bernard, was it? wasn't that actor dude, it was the artist. Leonardo somebody. He said, there's folks that can see when you show them, and folks that can't see at all. I'm trying to show you. I really am trying to show you. I love everybody here. I love y'all. I love the people here. I'm home. I've gone out in the world and I've done some really neat things. I'm coming back and trying to raise the public education of everyone by saying that, one, your government doesn't love you. Okay? Two, you should never trust government. And number three, when it's spending your money, don't be afraid to come up and say, hey, why are you spending the money? This is America. We're here to do this stuff. I really don't give a crap what DC does in their misinformation campaigns. Freedom of speech, this is exchanging ideas. We're arguing over what order is supposed to be like. This is beautiful. This is a beautiful thing. Well, thank you very much. I got to make a road trip to go get my daughter. She's done with college. Maybe we'll see you next week. I'll bring her in.
Awesome.
Oh, cool.
And have a great week. Enjoy
Yeah.
the weather.
Well, we love
too.
you, okay?
You
Don't
too,
take-
Mr. DiCarlo.
Take care.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Not seeing anyone else signed up for public comment, so we will move to reports at this stage. Administrator J.R. White.
Hello, Commissioners. I just wanted to really briefly give an update regarding our small business and nonprofit grant program out of the ARPA funds. Folks have been applying. We have 362 small business applications, a requested amount of about 2.75 million, and nonprofits, 30 applications at almost 1.5. So we just encourage people to continue to get those in through the end of the month. It's www.lorainecountyohio.gov. Right there on the homepage, there's like a red box on the left. You can find it right there and get those applications in, and we'll be happy to process them. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any other questions, the administrator? No? We'll move on next to the Assistant County Prosecutor, who always has something on his plate.
You
Okay.
always smile when
I
you say
know,
that.
yeah, pending litigation of some sort. Geez, give us a
Yeah,
break.
yes, there is pending litigation that I would like to discuss in executive session, if the board chooses to go in executive session. Other than that, it's been a relatively quiet week, and there's nothing else that I have for the board at this time. But, yeah, the one piece of pending litigation plus the issues brought up earlier in the report. So.
Okay, okay. At this point, we'll move on to Commissioners' reports. Commissioner Moore.
I don't have a report.
You have no report?
I have no report.
Okay. I had the pause there. I was listening to Paul Harvey on the radio there. Okay. Next, Commissioner Hung?
I'd just like to take a moment and recognize one of our directors. That is our Crime Lab Director, Jillian Camera. She applied for a grant, and we were informed by our administrator that she received the grant and got to go down to Columbus and meet Governor DeWine, which had to be very exciting for her. I also had a meeting this week with Workforce Development Director Mike Longo, who informed me that she was able to secure opioid funding through Ohio Means Jobs for the purpose of hiring a staff member, analyst, for 2 years. So we've got a grant for that as well. So she is, I just wanted to recognize Ms. Camera, and she is really a go-getter and is doing a great job. And hopefully, I'm hoping at some point the board will agree that we can expand her area down there and make it larger for her down there in the crime lab. Although we weren't able to get her a new spot on with the levy, hopefully we can just increase her footprint downstairs, so she has a little more space to work for her and her staff. And that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. And I apologize. I see our health commissioner is here today, and during the public presentation, normally give you the opportunity if there's anything you'd like to add. I know that I'm seeing reports of, I guess, the flu really taking off. And then I was curious about something you said on a recent radio interview, and we can ask you about that.
So
But
he's going to
first,
replace your report.
yeah, he's going to replace.
Oh, I like
Yeah,
this.
you like that idea? Be much shorter, I'm sure.
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you, and Assistant Prosecutor. Madam Clerk. A couple things. So one of the things that I heard in the meeting was especially about opioids. Just to go back a little bit, if you hadn't heard the numbers in a while, 10 years ago, we had 26 deaths that were related to that. Last year was 147. We're already more this time than we had last year. And if it wasn't for the Narcan kits that were out there, there would be 247 more graves to dig. So the number continues to climb. So I know on the law enforcement side, they're working on the piece of it when it's coming in, and the mental health and the health department side and all the partners that are in the county are trying to work with something that, you know, that you're putting your finger in that hole, but it continues to expand. COVID did nobody any favors, especially when it came to the mental health piece. Just in when everybody's being locked away and your mind starts to go in different areas that it wasn't going before. So that's, you know, of course, with information that comes out today and in the last couple of weeks about any type of variant or subvariant. There are no new variants. There are subvariants that have come out, BA4 and BA5, and the best part about that is that it's not causing more death and not causing more hospitalization. So it's the same as when it comes to the report that I've given a few other times. This is kind of where it's going. It's where you want to see it. But our focus is also turning more away from the piece of COVID and going really at the mental health piece because of just the last 2 years. And really it's just trying to get people outside, trying to get them walking, that's one of the healthiest things we can do. People put off going to their doctor. We're finding cancer in stages 3 and 4 now. To give you an idea of that number, so we have approximately 1,900 new cancer cases per year. In 2020 and 2021, that number dropped by 80%. And that's because, and that's no way did we just become healthier. That's because people weren't going. And so the next couple years are going to be just another issue, especially when it comes to cancer. But that's one of the things that, of the 5 focus that are going on in the county, that's one of the, cancer is one of its own focus groups bringing people together and trying to get that resolved as well. So it's my message would be is if you're out, you know, talk to people, get them out of their house, get them walking. That's why we're hitting the walking path so hard and trying to get so many of them built, is just to get them outside. And that way, if a surge will come, I mean, same thing. It's going to happen. We're already about in week 4 of a small surge. You'll probably have a larger surge in the fall, like you normally would with a lot of other diseases. That's why we need to get outside. You get outside and you're walking, you're not contained in an area. And so just people take those personal precautions that they can. And if they need a vaccine, come and get it. Or please go to a reputable source. If you're not really for a vaccine, go to a reputable source. Talk to your doctor, not YouTube. Go to a doctor. Go to someone that actually cares about you, that says, okay, if you don't want to do a vaccine, do this, and get that advice from there. But you had a question for me.
Yes, I heard you on WEOL radio, and you were talking about, because I guess we're coming into the kind of the mosquito season again, too. So you were talking about the modern day way that you do it, and then you explained the way that you did it early on in your days with the health department.
Yes, sir.
Maybe you could share that story. It's interesting.
Sure. So the new way that we do things, we stick out these traps. So we bring in a bunch of college students, and we put out these traps that have a vacuum in it, and it has very ugly, dirty water underneath this trap. The female mosquito goes to lay eggs. She starts to skim the water. The vacuum sucks them up the female mosquito and puts them in a net, and we take that back to a lab and we count the mosquitoes. We speciate them, and then we send them down to a lab to be able to tell us whether they have West Nile virus or anything else that's in there. The old way that it used to be done is, since the female mosquito is the one that's going for a blood meal because she's going to lay eggs, they're the ones that land on you and they're sucking your blood. So we used to have to stand out in the field, and then you would count how many landed on you.
How do you count mosquitoes landing on you? That's the part I couldn't figure out.
You got a partner in crime that's doing that. So that was the very first couple years that when I was involved with it. That's kind of, you know, and we had health departments didn't have those until West Nile came. We had to make our own boxes if you were going to do it the other way. And after West Nile in '99, there was money put in the budget. And just as a side note, if you heard the statistic, when it comes to something that can kill you, About 700,000 people, 650,000 on average, die each year on the globe from a mosquito-borne disease throughout the entire globe. And we, because of our public health system, and everybody working together, it's public health, I don't mean it just because of your department, I mean the public health, just the system in the United States, and the way education gets out there, is we don't have those deaths. And that's because of that. But we have the same problems. We have the water that's standing there, the swampy areas. That's where our mosquitoes are at. But because of the communication that goes on, that we don't have those deaths that occur. So that's how a system and the solution works like that on the public health side. And again, I mean it more in the larger sense of the people in the community being minded on, I need to wear something when I'm going out dusk and dawn during those months. I can't stand it. I'm being bitten left and right. So, yeah. But
Just a little plug for your college student program. I'm sorry to interrupt, but that was my son's first job in the sciences, was checking traps for the Lorraine County Health Department and doing the mosquito program. So I appreciate the program because now he's got a job and I don't have to pay for it.
I started it in Canton in 2003, and I've had hundreds of students since then, and love that I came here and that we have it here. Dave and I were very like-minded. Education, education, education.
Yeah,
So,
that was his first job, so it's a great program.
yeah, excellent. Thank you very much. And thank you, unless you have any questions.
So what was your reaction when you were first told, go stand out there, have the mosquitoes land on you?
Since I was in the service, sir, I did what I was told to do.
There you go, spoken like a true veteran. Okay.
Whatever I'm told to do.
Well, thank you very much.
Appreciate it very much for the time.
Okay. Yeah, Dave's hoping this is the end of my report. I'll try to be as brief as possible.
I'm trying, people.
He's trying. The North Coast Chamber held its business expo over at the Ahern Banquet Hall. It went very well. A lot of businesses there, local businesses. Can't say enough about supporting our local business community and small businesses being the backbone of our community. The Lorraine County for Ukraine Committee continues to meet. We now have about 70 members involved in that group. I'll be speaking to the Lorraine Historical Society on Thursday night along with Victor Leandri, discussing some of the things we're doing with the Lorraine County for Ukraine group. Also had the opportunity to attend the Police Officer Peace Memorial last week. Unfortunately, because of the weather, everything was moved inside. Everything went very well. It just reminds us each and every year of the dangers that these families face, or these officers face, when they go out each day. And we can't thank them enough for their service. I think this board has been so strong in our ongoing support, making sure that our Sheriff's Department, our first responders receive the resources they need to get their job done and to stay safe so they come home every night to their families. The Metro Central NAACP held their Mother's Brunch on Saturday. A lot of inspirational words there, and had a chance to meet with a young lady who indicated to me that her grandmother had passed away, but one goal that she always had in life was to have a college degree, complete a college degree. She did that through an online program, I believe, a school in South Carolina. Sadly, her grandmother passed away, but her family has asked her to go and march in her grandmother's place coming up in the next couple weeks. And so I was really touched by that story, and she's very proud of what her grandmother accomplished and very proud that her family asked her to walk in her grandmother's place. North Ridgeville Congregational Church held its Swiss steak dinner, always one of my favorite events of the year to go to, in the basement of the church. And if you want a full, healthy meal where you won't eat for days, it's Swiss steak, mashed potatoes, green beans with bacon, corn, you even get pie. Yeah, so I think I need to go to the gym for a couple weeks just to work that one off, but it was delicious to say the least. And we're having lots of discussions around improving stormwater issues in the county. This board has really stepped up to address a lot of flooding that has taken place and to improve a lot of properties. I know we've got 4 projects we're doing through our grant program, around $463,000 there, and we will be using Rescue Act dollars for 8 additional projects, a total of 12 projects. But we are getting things done, and very proud of the way we've been working together to advance the county. And that completes my report. Madam Clerk?
Okay, Tuesday, May 17th at 9:30, Commissioners' meeting, and that is for the confirmed boundary hearing, Village of Grafton. And then Wednesday, May 18th at 9:30 is the regular Commissioners' meeting.
Okay.
Mr. President, I'll move to waive the reading of the board correspondence.
Yes, for the clerk in training, you probably appreciate that, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'll second that.
Discussion? Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
At this time, I would move that the board go into executive session for the reasons stated by the Assistant County Prosecutor.
Second.
Discussion?
That was just for legal only, I take it?
Legal only and personnel matters is
Oh, personnel? I didn't hear the personnel.
stated in the
Okay,
early part of the resolution.
that's all.
There was a board appointment to the.
Yeah, the,
Well, no,
my,
that's okay.
my
The
recommendation
personnel
was to
summary sheet, that's all. I didn't hear personnel summary sheets. Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
All right.
And we have returned from executive session. I'll make the motion to approve the personnel summary sheet.
Second.
Discussion? Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Any other business come before the board? Seeing none, we are adjourned.
Thank you.